Yeah.
Okay, I did it. I don't know if you
Yep,
see it or.
I got it. And I got it for sure. Let me go ahead and do the request. Just for whenever. All right, sir. Whenever you are good to go, let us know.
Okay, well, the first thing is, the location inset. I've been having one hell of a time with it, getting it to fit in the box. And then the other thing that's really weird is you see that these lines in here, that's from another,
Yep. That was
That's-
where we traced over the previous one.
yeah, I don't know why it's still in there.
Well, it's there because we just drew over top of it here with, if you
Yeah, but I deleted that one and I created a new location inset.
yeah, but see here, when I go inside of that, hang on. Well, it's not in there. Let's see, is it in? Yeah. See, those things are actually here. Let me grab everything that I can. And let's move them. I'll move them up to up to here. We'll change their color.
Well, we can delete them.
Yeah, but what I wanted to do is to show you that they're just drawn elements that we drew in paper space over top of this once this was set.
Okay,
Just to bring some emphasis to the location map. That was all.
okay.
So in fact, we can look at them in a, when we're done with this, we'll just use them to mark the next one just as something to match.
Okay. So then the other thing is to get the inset to fit the box.
All
I
right.
don't know why I struggled for an hour with that. And I looked at the video where you did it. For some reason, I just could not get it.
Yeah, then that's one of the problems that we have with that, is that there are so many different ways of doing it, and we've taken that approach on your maps. Each one of them has got like a different way of doing it, and so sometimes it's a PDF that's scaled, sometimes we've drawn over it, we've put it into the state plane coordinate space out in the model side. Sometimes we've just dragged it off to the side in the model, all that kind of stuff. So let's take a look at what we do have in here. And the first thing is, if we look at this right here, and we look up in our properties, and we see that that is a polyline, and that is all that is just a polyline, and it's there to serve as a sort of an inset border. In fact, let me see something here a second. If I select,
Now, that's another question. See at the top there where that red line is?
Yeah.
What's that?
That is, well, this one right here,
Yeah,
that is a viewport. That's what I was noticing earlier, but and we'll take a look at that in a second. Now, one of the things that I do want to do though here is
by the way, before I forget it, I gotta take a brief recess at noon. I've got dogs to feed and I've got my mother-in-law's air conditioner to switch from heat to air conditioning.
Yeah. Okay, doke. Yeah, that'll be fine. All right, so So one thing I want to do, just to make sure we get this a nice even offset as this inset boundary, what we're going to do is we're going to offset and I'm just going to use this standard CAD offset, and I'm going to say through, sorry, I'm going to get the right command here. Let's see, offset, and we're going to say through, and we're going to select this outer border, and then I'm just going to come here somewhere like that. All right, and I'm doing that just so that we can get an even consistency for this other. We'll throw that away in just a minute. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do next is I'm going to draw from here perpendicular to there. I got that one. And I'll do it again from here just to get the other direction and go perpendicular to here. Now, we can take this now, and now that I've got that distance mark, I'm going to go ahead and select that one and get rid of it. And I'm going to take this boundary and I'm going to stretch that corner up to here. And I'm going to take this little marker thing. I got to get them both. And I'm going to copy them. And I'm going to copy from here to here. So that'll be where I'll put that next one. And then I'm going to take those two things and copy them from here to, whoops. Guess I need to do it like that, and then move that from there to there. And then one final copy. Let's see, I'm going to go from there hover and then drag, as long as I've got, I don't know that I've got this on here yet or not. Let me see here. Oh, let's do it this way. Let's take this and this, and let's copy from this mark to that mark. Did that? Let's try that again. We'll copy that from here to there. Ah, there it is. Okay, so now if I take this polyline and you take it up there to that corner, it's to that corner. This will go to that corner. And then this, I actually need to mirror. Sorry, this, see if I mirror that. There we go. Now I'll take this from there to there. And now I'm going to get rid of all these little markers. And yes, that is the absolute curse. I've had it since I've been a small child. I wish I didn't, of my perfectionism, but there you have it. All right, so there's that. Now you can see this little viewport that's in here a little bit better. And you see up here in the properties now, we see it is a viewport. And it is sort of in there. I'm gonna rearrange it to be exactly where that is, to match that little inset border. And now I'm going to bring this in just a little bit. Let me measure how much this distance is. I want to be able to select it without having to always, choose between, because they're stacked up. I want it to be a little bit on the inside. So if I take it, let me see. Let me just measure from here to here is 0.0375, we'll call it. So if I go there, and I'm going to grip edit this, and I'm going to bring it down like this. So I'm going to say from that point that I snapped on, use the @ symbol, 0.0375 comma minus 0.0375. What that means is go 0.0375 in the X and negative 0.0375 in the Y relative to the point I just last clicked. That's what the @ part does. So if I hit enter for that, it stands that off of that corner an equal amount. So it scooted it over and down. Now this one needs to simply go up. So if I go from here and I'm going to grip edit that and move it, where I'm going to move that to is going to be at 0, 0.0375. So go 0 in the X, but up that same number. And then likewise on this side, I'll do the same thing. I will say go to at minus 0.375 comma 0. Oh, guess I gotta type it correctly. So at minus 0, or 0.0375 comma 0. There we go. All right, now a lot of that not strictly necessary. We could have eyeballed a lot of stuff. That would have been fine. Now we've got something else out here on this outside edge, you see, of the paper. And that is nothing more than a polyline. Now it happens to be on that same layer called viewports, but I see by type, it is a polyline. And the only reason it's out there, Mike, was so that we could use it to line stuff up, because normally if it's not there, and if we needed to say snap something perpendicular to the edge of the paper, you can't actually select the edge of the paper in AutoCAD. It's not a thing. It's just a location. So that's why that's there. That's not strictly necessary, nor are these corner marks, but they are there just, when we were scaling things around, it gives us something to snap to. Okay, so it doesn't hurt anything. It's outside of the printer margins. But I wanted you to be aware it's going to show up red, just like our viewports, but it is not a viewport. It's just a polyline to show us where that edge of the paper is. This, however, this red thing in here in their inset, that is a viewport, and that tells us, just like this one does over here, that that is taking a position and it's cutting a window into our model space over here and pointing to where that happens to be. Okay. So this item, which is an image, lives out here off to the side, just in arbitrary space. Over here, we have said, okay, take this viewport, and once you're inside that viewport, go to that position in the model and show me what's there, and do it at a particular scale. And that's why this one's looking small, because at that scale in our model, you can see it, this doesn't go out far enough. It's down, you know, to whatever scale we need to make it. We need to sort of find a closest closest scale that we can find, and we'll do that. We'll figure that number out when we you know, we'll get something over here in our true ground distance, find out what it is, and we'll, you know, just do the math and figure out what that happens to be. So what we would do next is we would find that viewport that we're looking at the inset, go over here to our, we select it, then go over here to our properties, and you have to unlock it first. Okay. And then you would set it to a particular scale. Now remember, hold on. Hang on, let me type him a message. A little bit on with a client. Uh-oh, did that go? Oh, shoot, let me see here. See if, sorry. Let me send him real quick. I was trying to, there's a way to reply with a message, and it didn't seem to go. Let's see here. All right, so there he is. All right, sorry about this. Let's see. Okay, sorry about that. That was my client, the railroad surveyor.
Oh,
Haven't run into too many of those.
no, I only know one.
Yeah, I started my career working with one. I was in college, you know, and I just looked in the yellow pages, found a guy listed as a surveyor down in Narrows, Virginia, and called him up to see if he needed any help. I was a student up at Virginia Tech and was interested in that surveying, and we could help him on some weekends and stuff. And anyway, he was working at that time for Norfolk Southern, and he was driving into Bluefield and working at the big what would they call it, the land records office there in Bluefield for Norfolk Southern. But he said, you know, I haven't really done much lately. on my own since I went back to work for the railroad, but that might be a good idea. Maybe I'll start. So he started doing these little house location surveys for his brother-in-law, and who was doing a lot of building in the area. And so every weekend for 3 years, as I was finishing up my degree, I would go out there and work with him. We'd go out and survey or stake or do whatever these little jobs he was picking up. And he kept his day job and working for the railroad, but then he taught me, so much about making maps and computing things and staking corners and, oh yeah, cutting brush.
Yeah,
So yeah, that was good stuff. He wound up he got into GPS stuff when that was starting to come out, and he was working for Ken Anderson. I don't know if you know Ken's company, Anderson Associates.
I don't.
He opened an office up in I don't know. He was in Blacksburg, then he went to Greensboro with a branch and over to Charleston, and then he went to Richmond and opened another branch. Mostly for DOT work, but he opened up one there in there in Northern Virginia, out like Middleburg or someplace. I don't remember exactly where. It's one of those little places, like Manassas, but not Manassas. It was one of those. Anyway,
Fredericksburg, maybe.
yeah, it wasn't Fredericksburg. It wasn't one of the big ones. It was, they're right there around Front Royal. Maybe it was Middleburg. Let's see real quick. Anderson Associates Engineer, Civil Engineering. All right, let's see here. There's another one out in Missouri. All right, let's see. Anderson Associates. There's Anderson Engineering. All right, let's see. Anderson Associates. Blacksburg. Let's find them. Anderson Associates. Yeah, he went to Beckley as well. Hurt and Profit, Draper Aden. Oh, surely he didn't sell out to Draper Aden, did he? He might have. Because I'm sure Ken's probably dead by now, age-wise. He was in his 80s the last I stopped in to see him. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He was somewhere there in the Northern Virginia area. But Tom had gone back to work for him after I graduated. I went to Houston and worked down there a couple of years and then came back to Virginia. And Tom was sort of instrumental in getting me on at Anderson Associates. Well, then Tom got interested in GPS and he left Anderson and started his own company again, but he had moved out to Richmond and done that. His name was Tom Conley. I'm going to say there's not really much chance that you would know him other than through the association. But anyway, he was the railroad surveyor. And so this guy that just called me, he's another one. He's not a real railroad surveyor. He's not a real good one, I don't think. He's sloppy. He's slap happy. That's the problem. And I'm trying to convince him he's got tools that he can do things correctly with. But anyway, getting off of that and back to this, let's see.
That's rare for a railroad surveyor. They're usually pretty meticulous.
It really is, and that's and in my experience, most surveyors are too. They're just they want to make things right. So I don't know, is this guy just so used to being pushed by his employer? I don't know. But anyway, we'll do what we can to save the guy. All right, so now that we've unlocked our viewport and we're looking at where we want to be, I'm going to double click inside it now. And now when I zoom in and out, you can see I'm getting closer and closer to the map, and it's filling up the viewport. And if I need to, I can, get a bigger picture, or I can, position this wherever it needs to go, to pan it into place. And, so that now fills it up. And I can double click back outside of it, select it, and look at it is at this custom scale of 0.000742. Now,
Okay, well, I don't quite have the parcels shown that I need.
oh,
shown.
okay. Yeah, that's let me go back inside it. Now I'll let you pan it into place. Take your wheel and push it, and get it centered where you want it, and then zoom in. Is it that sort of?
Well, the piece that I'm doing is this piece here.
The one,
It's labeled parcel 5, I think.
oh, okay, so you need that outside one, not just this little one here, but this.
No, right, that little one's just an adjoiner.
Okay, so we're gonna probably want to even have that, something, trying to get it maybe to that scale so that we can show our parcel and then show some of these roads that are intersecting it. But obviously we've got a bunch of white space out here.
Right.
So we really need to go back and get a new, bigger image so that we have some of the stuff covered. All right. So let's do that. And I'm going to double click out of it and go over here to the model, and we'll find, this is what we have now, but we'll put a new one in its place. And so I'm going to I'll select it and delete it. And in fact, I think I'm going to go, did your layers box open on the other screen maybe?
No.
Okay,
No,
here.
it's on this
There it is.
screen.
All right, so there, I'm going to take this and detach the reference to it. And all right, so that's going to be gone. As we can see here, it's missing. And just show you how we're going to put it back. In fact, we'll put it off in a different location, so we're not, so we run the risk of being so close that we're going to, overlap our stuff. We'll go off to the side. So with that being said, go ahead out to your map source, wherever you get those. And
okay, it's not letting me have my
let me see, hang on a second. And okay, now you should be able to. All right, so there's your bigger parcel. Make sure you've got that, and now you don't want to get it too far out, but make sure you've got it, and that may be okay where it is. But just so you can see, and you got some world names or road names, or not names, but you've got some, there's the state line, you've got roads. Now, go ahead, and I would, yeah.
not enough.
I don't know that it's enough on the west and south. I think that would probably be the right scale, but I would get more to the west and south.
Can I just close it here?
Yeah. I would, yeah, go ahead and find your tools, and I would come down to come down there to the left. Yeah, like right, yeah, a little bit higher than that just to get off the scale. There you go, like right in there. You want to get that, yeah. And then get that sort of centered, and there you go. All right, that should do us. I would, if that's the last one that we used, I would go ahead and use that same name so it will overwrite it. Otherwise, see where it's, yeah, there, otherwise it said capture.png and you'd have to, there you go. Okay, and now let's go to a layer called image or something, whatever you put them on.
Location instead.
Yeah.
Huh, didn't end up there. Oh,
You haven't done anything. You've just gone to the layer. That's all. You're right, but you gotta do something first.
oh,
There you go. Very good. Now it wants the insertion point. Click, yeah, keep going up a little bit to the left, like right in there. There you go. And yep, I would just take all the defaults. And there's your place. Hit one more enter. There you go. Where did it go? Way up there. Let's take a look at its scale. Let's first of all make sure we, yeah, there it is. So let's change that scale. Say, see if that's going to be too big for us in relationship. There we go. That's about right. So that's, so I put it in there at 1,000 scale, but now keep in mind, that's not drawn at a ground scale of 1 inch equals 1,000 feet. That is, that image is at 1,000 scale of what the image itself was, which was at some arbitrary scale when you zoomed into it and did the clip. Okay. So this scale has no real bearing on anything. So what we need to do next is to take something over here that we know is on the ground and figure out a comparative ratio to this and maybe even set it to a particular size. And we can do that a couple of ways. If this is, let's see, this particular, all right, there's that overall boundary of that parcel, right?
yeah.
So I'm going to just borrow that temporarily. I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to take it from this corner and I'm going to bring it up here. And we're going to use that to set the image scale while we're at it. Okay, so I'm just going to put it up there. Now there it is. And if I look at that, if I measure that distance, That's 1,377 feet. Okay, so if I make that 1,377, and if I measure from here to here and get that ratio, I can figure out what the true scale is, or I can do this. I can take that object, which I've selected, and I'm going to move it, and I'm going to move it from, and I'm going to come down here and say, no snapping. When I'm getting near the image, I don't accidentally grab the edge. I'm just going to go from that corner, and I'm going to take it up to there. And next, then I'm going to scale it. So I'm going to select it first, and I'm going to scale, standard scale. The base point is going to be that point there, and I'm going to go R for reference. See, that's one of my key words. And I'm going to go from here, and the reference distance I'm going to show it. I'm going to say no snapping. And I'm going to say from that corner to say this corner, and that distance should be from that corner to that corner. Okay, so now that is close enough to being, it's obviously there's a little bit of difference, but and you'd have to, maybe it's a rotational difference. We don't know, but I think that's probably close enough. And this is actual, this would be the actual ground distance relatively closely. And I look at it, and I now look at the scale, and I see it's 2,784 times the size. And again, that's arbitrary. That's not what we're going to put in that scale statement on the inset, but we are going to use that to figure out what that number is going to be. All right, so to show it at real ground distance, and like I said, it is now at real ground distance. It's technically, let's call it 1 to 1 to 1, but when we go back and get it to fit in, we'll take a look at the viewports scale and see what scale it is that we called it. So I'm going to next select this, and I don't need it anymore, and get rid of that. So that now is our location map. And it's set up to be the same size as this. And it doesn't have to be, but that's going to help us out. Okay. So next we're going to go back to the paper space. And now this used to, if you remember from before, it used to point up to here somewhere. So we're going to come back to here now and double click inside it with it unlocked. And we're going to just sort of, move it around, scale it around. Looks like we still didn't get quite enough. Yeah, see, if we zoom it up to where we get top to bottom coverage, we're still lacking on the sides. If we zoom it up to get side coverage, we're too much. We've cut off top and bottom. So let's see, one more trip, Mike. We're going to have to go back and get, let's see. Yeah, we're going to have to go back. We're going to have to go back and get some more. Get another go at that. And I would just leave everything like it is here. In fact, I'll save your drawing. So let's go back out there and get a little bit more, and it won't hurt to get
Oh, it's the wrong
a
thing.
good, yeah, won't hurt to get a, make sure we got more, because we can, we're gonna be clipping off what we're not using, so. But I don't want to be so far out that everything's just pixelated and we can't see it, so. Okay, now zoom out a ways and let's see. That's looking better. You just grab that whole, just about all that you can see there.
What do you think?
Might be good, but you know what? Try it again. But get more of it, get all of it, and then that way we've got because we can, even if you get the scale and those little buttons and stuff like that, that's okay, because it'll be clipped. There you go. Go down a little bit lower. And there you go. Probably don't need to be quite so far out to the left, but that's okay. That's, yeah, just like that. That's fine. That's, well, yeah, that's good. Okay, now when you save that, call it the same name. Okay, now let's go back to the drawing and go to your reference, for your view layers thing. There you go. And right, yep, just right click and reload. All right, and now when you close, you'll see a different one up there, supposedly.
Looks like the same to me.
Yeah, it does. Did we put the other one in the right place?
Why don't we just delete it?
That'll be fine. Just
The old one.
delete it and reattach it. I don't know why that is not pointing to the right place, maybe. I don't know. And now that we know, well, okay. Go ahead and select it. Yep. And before we do anything, go to the properties under there on the left and under scale, change that to 3000. Because I think that was it was close to that. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. It's not in the same location. Wherever you saved that last one, it didn't.
Oh, this is the same drawing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why it didn't work. Go back out to your Windows stuff, your file manager, and let's find out where we put that. Now I'm afraid you've overwritten one that you had before in some other location. So if you were to do a snip, and right before, we're going to go all the way up to the point of hitting the save button, but we're not going to save it. All right, yeah, just anywhere is fine. And now, what did you do at this point? You said save, okay. Now, look, see that went into
Lateral Carlson,
Carlson.
which is where it should have gone.
Okay, so then let's cancel that. And back over in our map, in our drawing, let's point it to that location. Apparently that's not pointing to the same place. And there you go. And now,
Delete this.
yeah, go ahead and delete that. Reattach. And now, see, that's Luttrell
Yeah, Carlson.
Carlson.
It's in the same place.
All right. It's in 2022 jobs. Yeah, 2217. All right, if you select it, do we get a preview? Let's see here. All right, so that's the right one. And if I put it, let's call it now, this is very strange.
There's something still wrong there. It's not as big as it was.
I know it's still using the old image. I don't know why. Let's see, what is that called? That's an image. Location inset PNG. All right, so we are in location inset PNG. Looks like that. That's the one we want. In fact, the last one might have been okay, but for whatever reason, it's still referring to that one. That's very strange indeed. Let's see. All right, I'm going to delete that. Come here, make sure it is detached. I'm going to attach 2022 Luttrell Carlson. Now, you did everything correct. So if we were here, we'll go 3,000. And it's still going back to that same old one. Maybe, you know what it's doing, Mike? This is weird. And I don't know that AutoCAD works this way.
Should we close Carlson and reopen it?
No, I think we could do it that way, but I think what's happening is that even though we've detached it, once it gets attached, it behaves like a block. So that definition is still in the file. So we're going to need to purge. Is that on another screen or?
No.
Okay. Let's purge it this way. And I want to see if I can find it here in the blocks. It's not there. See, I don't want to purge layers and such. So I'm just going to highlight all of blocks and say purge. And now let's see. Okay. So I've got two unnamed blocks and a spot that are used in the drawing. Let's double check here. Okay. And here, let me try. Down here at 3,000. No, what on earth? All right, let's do this. When all else fails, we'll save. We'll exit that. All right, we need to save that.
No.
All right. Now I'll let you load it back up and let's try it again. And if this still gives us the same problem, we're going to rename that file and give it a different name. Okay. I'll go ahead and select that and set its scale to 3,000. I think we got it this time. Yeah, there it is. And let's go ahead and set its rotation here to 0 or east rather. Okay. Now, let's try this part again. We're going to copy this over from here to somewhere in here. And then we're going to take this and let's do and align. And what we will align will be this. And we're going to go from no snap, this corner right here, to that corner. And then we're going to go from, let's try this corner right here. We'll say no snap. And that's going to match this corner. Make sure I get the right one here. Scale objects, yes. Okay, that's our best way of setting it up. We're at ground distance. I'll now select this guy, delete him. So now that's sitting Zoom stance. What? Where's everything else? I don't know where it went.
Where what went?
All of that stuff disappeared after once we did this. So now I'm back to where we need to scale it again. So that's fine. All right, let's try it again. Let's edit and align. All right, so we're going to select this item. We're going to say no snap. I'll take that corner, align it with that, and then we will take no snap. Where was our? It's this corner here. And that's going to go to that corner. Scale objects, yes. All right, now. Wow, look at that. I, I don't get that. All I did was an align on that object and it erased all of this other stuff in the drawing. That's an issue.
Well,
Okay,
maybe we should do it the way we did it before, just go to the location set on the plat.
yeah,
Go with it there.
we will. Let's see. So let's move that item from here to here. And then let's scale this item. from here by reference here to no snap here. And the reference distance will be to here. Okay, now maybe okay. It wasn't. It didn't erase it, Mike. It was sitting there all the time behind it. So the reason was when it scaled up so big, it covered this up. That's what was going on. So that makes me feel better. So I'm going to move this stuff far enough away that it won't do it. Now let's do that align. And it align, 2D align. There's that guy. I'm going to go from no snap. Yeah, I didn't think, see, that shouldn't have had any effect on those things because all this is doing is exactly what I was doing manually, move, scale, and rotate. And what happened was it had stretched out over top of this. So now I'm going to move that even further out here, just a little ways. Just to get it off our stuff. We can now select that. We don't need it anymore. And now let's hit a save. We'll go back to here.
Let me ask you a question. If we had kept that instead of deleting it, wouldn't it be showing an outline of the property on the location map?
Well, yeah, that would have worked. We could see it. We may change its line style and all of that just to
Yeah, and the line thickness.
yeah. So we'll address that. It's probably a good idea, come to think about it. That way we won't have to trace over it. All right, so now, so I did an oops and I got it back. You can see there. And now I'm coming back over here to paper space. I don't know what's going on. Does your mouse show up anything?
I mean, what do you mean show up anything? My mouse is there.
Yeah, move it around. Let me see. All right, click in it.
Well, it's not letting me click.
And now, all right, so you're in the viewport. Now, if I were to do it, let me see. I think, let me stop remote control and then let me change it back. I'll request it again here. Somehow or another, mine, whoops. Press escape or double click. I don't want to. Somehow or another, I've lost remote control. Let me request remote control again. I'll request it. Go ahead and grant.
Okay, it's not coming up. The request isn't coming up.
All right, request remote control. Request.
Okay, I've got a blue circle going. Now it's stopped. Still no request coming up.
All right, let's try this. I'm going to stop the screen sharing
Okay.
and let you go back and do it again now. Go back to the share screen.
Says my screen.
What's that?
It says you're still controlling my screen. It says Ken Crawford is controlling your screen.
Huh.
It hasn't stopped the chair.
No, I don't have any way of stopping it now. I've stopped it on my end. I tell you what, let me,
Wait a minute. Okay, it just came up.
all right,
Okay, I just hit approve.
to control.
Yeah.
Yeah, see that it's lagging way behind where it's supposed to be, and I don't know where I don't see any controls. All right, there you're shared now. I see the share. All right, so now if I request control,
Okay, I hit approve.
there we go. Click to start. And yep, okay, now. Wow, that was weird. All right, so I'm going to go out to here and we're going to get that. We got the state line, we got Allen Road, we've got enough to, I think that'll be, we got this road, the state line, Allen Road. I think that'll be maybe even like this. What is that? That's Lewisburg
Road.
Road there. So we can have Lewisburg, Boyer Lane, or whatever that is, Franklin Town. And I need to get,
Okay, the property that I'm merging with
oh,
is,
it's this one.
that's what I'm merging from. I'm merging to this one.
Okay, so I just want to get it. Wow, this thing is. Yeah, this thing is really. I right click or escape to complete. Yeah, I've lost control of this thing. I don't understand what's going on. We may need to. We may need to restart our Zoom session. Let's let me do that. I'll stop the recording. I'm going to stop the recording and end the session and we'll come back to it. Go ahead and save this drawing. And see, I can see what you're doing, but I don't have any controls on it and it's really lagging. So I think we're going to need to restart Zoom. So go ahead and save.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so I didn't see that hasn't shown up on my view of your screen. I see you moving the mouse.
You want me to hit stop share?
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that.
Says, oh, it says I'm waiting for you to control my screen.
Yeah, see, we're out of sync somehow with that, I think. I can't.
Okay, I hit stop share, but it's not doing anything.
All right, now it says.
Okay, now it's doing something. Well, Zoom meeting is not responding.
All right, hang on a second. Let's see. Yeah, see, it's a press escape or double click. You are controlling. So if I stop remote control, you are viewing Mike SHEPP screen. So now if you go up and hit your save icon, let me see if I see any of that. So when you save it, does it come back on your command line and show you where it's saved and all that? Mike? Mike, are you still there? Okay, now. Let's see. Double click now. Okay, so if I'm in here now, and I zoom this back a little bit, so there's your overall total site. So that should be about good. And let's see how close we are to some nominal scale. So I select the viewport, the red frame. I see it's my viewport up here at the top, and I come down here and I see I'm at a custom scale of 0.0005. So if I set that to 0.0005, take that last little bit off, and let's just make it 0.0005. It's slightly in. Now, what is?
Changed it back, it went to 0005 again.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I just got, it used to say 0.005005. I took that last trailing 5 off.
Okay,
So now I'm at that as a relative scale. And so that is 0.0005 is 1 to 2,000.
perfect.
Well, it's 1 to 2,000. It's not 1 inch equals 2,000. It's 1 to 2,000. Is that right? Let me see. Yeah, that should be 1 inch equals 2,000 because it's paper units to model units. So we'll change this while we're at it.
My daughter's calling me. Let me see what she wants.
All right.
Hello. Okay, well, I'm in a Zoom meeting. Is it? Okay. Love you too. Bye.
And we will verify this a little. We'll go from there to there. So that's 0.688 590. 2,000 times equals 1377.18. It's 0.15. I think we got it figured out. All right, so there's our scale. Let's go back to model space and let's select this and make sure that it goes to the back. And this guy.
Did you lock the,
No, I did not. Good call. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Now Let's change that and make that color. White. And let's give it. And see what we need to do. There we
Might
go.
want to change the line type too, to
Oh, yeah.
continuous. Maybe even change the layer to location instead.
Oh, very good. Excellent. Okay, so there's now that. And then you can use these street names and stuff. You can drag them around
Okay,
and label what you need to do. Now, I wouldn't do anything with this state line. I would just leave it like you're showing there. That's self-evident. If they can read these, see, I can't read that. What is it? Lewisburg? something.
Louisville.
Yeah, so, and then Boyer Lane and Franklin Town Road, that you can almost read, but anyway, you can adorn that as you need, and you can either do it here with these and just leave these in paper space, just move them into position, or you can do them in the model and size it as you need to size it and put it wherever you need to put it.
Okay,
And not only we can decide whether you want to put a, do we need a north arrow in there? Do we typically, I think maybe?
I don't remember putting a north arrow in before.
Okay. Stretch that up a little bit. It was clipped. Yeah, let me see if we were on that layer. So I'm going to stay out here in paper space. And let's just throw a simple north arrow in. Let's get one that's nothing very fancy, just like that one might work. Let's see what we got.
The very first one's probably pretty good enough for the last one that you just said. Yeah,
Yeah, let me see here. What do we got? Let's see if there's anything that's. I want it to be sort of simple. I don't want to. That one, I think, is the same as yours over there.
yeah, that's pretty simple.
All right, so if we take that first, that's one there, we'll just say, okay, we'll just put it here. That should work. All right, and let's see, Louisville Road. And let's set it here, we'll move it down to here and rotate it just a little bit. And Franklin Town Road. We'll put it here, rotate it a little bit around. There, and what is it, Boyer Lane?
Yep,
And we'll just Boyer Lane. And then we'll move that to be right in there, rotate it just about there and sort of make sure we don't snap accidentally. And then let's make it a little off of that so we can read it. All right, I think that'll do.
and then the word site.
Yeah. And then finally, if you want, we could do a hatch. That'll work. We'll change the scale here in a minute. And we're going to pick this. Let me see. Nope, that's one's in paper space, one's in. Let's do change space. We'll move. Set the target viewport active and hit enter. Okay, so now that's in model space. So I'll select this and this. Let's change its scale here a minute to again, let's do this. And we'll pick. Oh, what's going on? Let's see here. All right, one more time here. Select and select. We'll take this and this. Oh, what's going on? Change space, move this, double click, enter. All right, now. Select this and this. Is this not closed? Ah, it's not closed. Now, one more time. Now we should be able to get to that. Nancy 31, we'll set it to 1. There we go. Let's escape. Set it to 5. Let's enter. Let's change that color. Let's change that scale. That's getting better. Make it 2000. Maybe 1500. All right, so now it's going to look like that. That's what we need?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Well, that was fun. Okay, let's see. Okay. We got our roads. We got the site. It's all labeled. Okay. We are now saved. So onward. Let's see, this stuff we can get rid of now. All righty.
Okay, I went through and did all the stuff that you showed me on the title block, turned it into multi-text,
Okay.
changed the sizes,
Okay.
did the same thing with this and with this and with this. Now, I've
Okay.
been thinking about, I've been looking at the way I've got these, I still got to do the acreage table here. This is not the right acreage table. But I've
Okay.
been looking at these things, the owner's statement of acceptance and the approved boundary line adjustment. I've been thinking about making those all one multi-text with
Okay.
this above that. What do you
Yeah.
think about that idea?
I think that would work.
Maybe even put, maybe even making this owner thing down here part of it. The owner, and then the owner's statement of acceptance, and then that below it, all one.
All
What do you
one.
think?
I think that would be useful for going forward, particularly you can, if you're if that's a common format, then that would be a single thing to try to keep track of. Now, and so along those lines, you see how all of these things down here that are basically labels,
Yeah,
they're italic and this one's not, I would try to make, try to keep those consistent. And I would also over here, I was noticing you've got here, that's a tab stop.
yeah,
So if we put a tab there, that will line those up there. Now, I think what I would do though, is let's adjust that. So I'm going to select there we go. So that brings that lines this all up on the left. So you didn't have that, these two sticking out and that one over there. So they're all all done. Now, what I did was I just clicked up here and set that tab stop. Now, if I want to move that tab stop, I can click and hold it and drag it, you see, and it's moving. Now I'm just in that one line. That's why that one did that. So I can put it back. Now, if you want to adjust all three of them, you have to highlight at least something from all three lines. And then you can, you know, put it wherever you want it to go.
Okay,
But I guess I got to go back and get all three. There we go. All right, so that looks good there. Now, this is, does this line here, does that need to go, the line of text, does that go under that line like this one is?
no, because the other one is a signature line. The Jefferson County Office of Planning and Zoning is a signature line.
And what is this line up here?
I don't know, it's just a line that you put there.
All right, so that is apparently the text is
Underlined.
underlined. So if we'll take that and underline it for the moment, we'll leave that there. Now I do notice this line is crooked. You see how it's sort of stair-steppy?
Yeah,
So if we want to make that straight, see what can we do with that? I can't, there's no rotation value over here. Or can I hover and then stretch? Yeah, like that. And now it's horizontal. And if I bring it back, just, well, we'll just leave it like that. And then we will fix this one too. See, what is this? It's a stray line, just a little bitty one. So let's copy this one from there to there, and then shrink it up a little bit. All right, so that matches that kind of stuff a little better. And so those are two drawn lines, and they're separate from this as a block of text, and that's fine. But we want to combine all of this kind of stuff into a single, let's see, that's the owner developer statement of acceptance. Oh, I see why we did that. That was to parallel that. Yeah. So that is to look like that. All right, so let me move this up out of the way just for a bit. And we will, let's crunch this in a little bit. And let's see what else we can do. If we select this text here and copy it. Now let's move this a little bit down here, just temporarily. We'll get rid of it in a minute. And we're going to come up here and we'll open that up like so. We'll come here, we're going to take a tab stop, put that there. We're going to go tab, and then we're going to paste. Now this line, because see, it goes on out because it's not wrapped. So that because we wanted to get this second line over here to line up with this one. In fact, let's put a colon there like we have there. But because of that, we need to come in here and force a line return. Let's select all of our text and let's drag that even further. Let's say over to there. This line. We'll put all right, so Dorothy S. Singhas or Joshua S. McCarthy. And then date. All right, so this is going to be notes at 0.1, so all right, so developer, so there's their name.
You think they look better side by side? I was going to have them vertically in line.
The two names, you mean?
No, I was going to put the owner, Dorothy S. Singhas and Joshua S. McCarthy, up somewhere, and then have that below that, the developer owner's signature, and then below that, the approved boundary line adjustment, so that it would be in like one vertical block.
Oh, instead of spread out horizontally?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could work. It did depend on however, I didn't know how much room you wanted to, you know, because you're going to need like a larger vertical space, but that would be fine. And then that way this so you could have the two side by side, but yet still be the same thing, but that way it wouldn't take up so much, but you need horizontal room. It really doesn't matter one way or the other. We've got these lines. You got like a double line. You know, I gotta clean that up a little. We got it, yeah, just the one. Okay, good. Now, yeah, if we've got. Tell you what we'll do it both ways. And you can decide whichever makes better sense. So if we take that, then we're going to need this. Now, don't need that anymore. I just put these down here for reference. Now let's see what we need to do next is in this one on this line, we'll make a single tab and then we'll draw that, say right to there. That out to there. That's got that one. And let's add one more space. And then this guy, we want to have, okay. So we'll take this and this, move it down to there, take this one, move it over to there. Okay, now. Back to this. We want to go opposite this one here and say tab again and then paste, which was that. And we will take these two guys, if I can get it, copy from there to there, and then give this guy just a little bit of extra. All right, so that. And let's now find copy that. Come down to here, go to the end, go down one, and just paste special without any formatting. Whoops. Let's see, what's my Let's see if we just paste it and then. Reset the style. Let's maybe keep this. Sorry, I put too many T's in. All right, so that's that, but we want, since this is under, we want them to be italic. Now, that's the one that is horizontal. And let me see if I group. Now we just make it unnamed. Now, if I double click it, it lets me edit it, but if I want to move it, I want all of that stuff grouped, including the lines. Create as an unnamed. Now, what I want to be able to do, there we go. So if I select it and move it, I can move it as a group, yet I can. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Doesn't let me edit the text. So now I want to be able to edit the text. Let's see. Ungroup. All right. All right, so there it is horizontally. Now, let's do the same thing. Get rid of this and we'll make a vertical version of it and see what that looks like for us. So we take this, copy that over to here. And let's go through and cut this. Come down here. And paste. And then we go from here, cut. And then paste. And we'll move these from here to here and then down. And we will see where that is, and we'll put this one at that same spot.
Okay, but probably need a little more space for them to sign in there, I would guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about up here? What do you think?
No, that looks pretty
All right.
good, I think.
So then we'll just move these guys down. All right, now let's see if we it's either, I don't think bold, let's make it. Can we? Since that's a title. Maybe do the same thing here. All right, so there's your two different versions, and you can put them whichever one fits the best. And now this we don't need, right?
Right.
All right, so once we're ready, just move up whichever one. And when you move it, make sure you select across so that you get the lines where they sign. Otherwise, you know, it's text and then these are separate items. You can't just move that. You got to make sure you get those lines also.
Right.
So they get selected. Okay.
Right.
All right. So,
Okay, you ready to take our break?
yep, it's your noon. We'll, I'll pause the recording. Wow, I just realized I hadn't been recording their second session here, Mike. I'm sorry. I just got it going again. All right. So now if we move from here, let's turn our snapping off and put it right there. And let's see what we can do with these.
And I've got to dimension those little lines in there too. I haven't done that yet.
Okay. All right, let's figure out a different approach here. Like you're gonna have to dimension that one
Yeah,
and that one.
yeah.
So you'll have little leaders coming off of those. All right, so what are our other? All right, we've got number 5 ASIs. Is that what these are as well?
No, those were number 5 Ed Johnson's
Oh, okay.
EJs. And I put a note over here that says
Yeah, let's see.
explains what they are.
ASI and EJ are Ed Johnson, okay. All corners are set number 5 rebars with ID caps. Unless noted otherwise, cap rebars labeled ASI are Appalachian labeled EJ or Ed Johnson. So well, these are set number 5 cap rebars. Those are the SHEPP ones.
Yes. There are only 2 of them.
All right, so what about all of these? Well, see, one's a fence post, 2 are fence posts. And then
Well, that's interesting. I wonder if let me see, let me read that note again. So I could, instead of labeling them,
yeah, I'm thinking we just put ASI and EJ.
yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And we can do that now. Everything now, the other ones that are SHEPP
Well, they're kind of taken care of.
are here. So if we do this, we're going to move, we'll go from here to here. And we're going to take, let's do it one more time. Move from here to here. And then let's copy here to here. And we'll call this one is a set number 5 capped rebar.
No, that's not set, that's found.
Oh, sorry, let's see. Yeah, found. We found number 5 capped rebar Appalachian Surveys Inc. And we'll I wonder why I didn't do that. Let's say did that and we'll copy this. We'll just say ASI. And we'll scoot him up next to that, copy. And change that to EJ. And then we'll copy. All right, these are all ASIs. Let me,
Well, you could just put it up there where those two arrows go, couldn't you?
yep, I'm going to replace this. But I want to get that into model space. So I'm going to change space, set the target, hit enter. All right, so now that's done. And we're going to copy. There's one from there. There's one. Select. What's going on?
Was that in paper space?
Let's still change space to move. There we go. All right, now there may still be one out here. No. All right, so here. I've got two. All right, so if I move that to here and then copy from there to there.
No,
These are all ASIs.
those are all Ed Johnson's.
These are ASIs.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, let's see. Make them. Here we go. Need to change that to give it that, and we'll delete that. All right, now. All right, let's change. And make their paper text height. The width factor needs to be a little bit bigger. Yeah. Make it one. I wanna. That's what I wanted to do, is do. That. Two of them there. All right, so now. Yes, annotative. There we go. Now paper text height 0.065. Let's try 0.05. I think we're closing in on it now. So now if we take this. It will look more like part of a symbol. And that'll give you room to pull that out. We'll put EJs down there. Let me come back over to here while I'm thinking about it. And change these as well, make them annotative. And we said 0.05. And their style is going to be simplex. Now let me see. It's okay there. They need to be bigger here. All right, so ASI, EJ, ASI, ASI, and then we've got EJs all the way around. Let's see if we can.
No, that's an EJ. Oh, you know, it's an EJ.
Turn this off for a second, make it easier. Well, it's busy. All right, are these ASIs?
Yes,
Michael,
yes. You can't hear me?
did I turn you off? Hold on. All right, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I must have accidentally hit the mute button on my end. All right, so are these up here now? ASIs,
That one is, yes,
that one?
yes.
That's a fence post. We'll fix that one. This one will be an ASI. That we'll get rid of. All right, so those are all good there. Fence post, fence post, fence post, your cap, ASI, and we can get rid of then this one. And this one. ASI, let's put this guy. All right. All right, ASI, EJ, ASI, then as labeled. And let's go down here and say, just text. So we're going to,
What are you doing with those?
turn them into multi-line text so that I can wrap it. All right, so it's not exactly how I wanted to do that. I just wanted to. All right, and then this one. we'll say. And this one will say. Now let's fix the,
Maybe we should do the set capped rebar as stamped SHEPP.
okay. Let me- All right, now let's space these out enough to where we can read them. So all of this stuff needs to go from here to midway between 2 points, which is I can't find it there. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have it. All right. Let's see, I just want to raise it up half that distance. So if I draw a little line here from here to here, and then change that back to its midpoint. And now, if I move this stuff from here to here, and then move this stuff from here to here, and then finally move this stuff from here to here. Then I can get rid of this guy. And now we're all happy. Except for this guy, which is going to go from there to there. All right. Now we need to get your ticks in here too, right?
Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and label the rest of the bearings first? I'm worried that I'm going to forget those.
All right. These down, these little ones.
Well, there are a bunch of them. There are all of those little ones.
Okay. All right. So we're going to have this one, this one, this one. Do we need, I guess? And
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah.
And what about out here? All of these?
Yep.
Is this separate from this? It's not an overall?
It's not. There's a deflection there at that rebar.
Okay. And then this one and this one. I was trying to see.
I guess I could put the bearing of this line on the outside because the bearing's the same down to there, and then put a distance here and a distance there, maybe.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we need a line table. If we need
Maybe.
a line table, let me think on this. Because we could actually put in. All right, so that's a different bearing, so that'll be. That'll be good for that one to that one. And then, yeah, let's maybe think about a line table. In fact, let's even maybe consider putting this into a line table as well. All right, so that's on NO line tables. That'll be good.
It's been a long time since I've done a line table. It would be interesting to refresh on that.
All right. So I'm going to take these things here. And before I delete them, I'm going to just move them out so we can double check that our line table is reading correctly. So I'm going to move them over here. And now let's annotate. So if we annotate line and curve table, let's look at our table defaults. Label text layer. We're going to put that on NO line table. We'll use this simpler text. That'll be fine. Table will also put on NO line table. And 0.08, that's all good. You don't have any curves, do you?
Nope.
Okay. And do we want a title for that table, like
Line table.
we'll go with that. And distances, I think that's all good. Label and bearings. Automatic updates will turn on. Label alignment will be parallel. Use the table entity. No, just use text. Append the first two. Okay, first table height. All right, label. Symbol. Yeah, we'll just label it. We won't put a circle around it. And we'll say okay. And so now that's our defaults. And then
What was that message that came up? Unable to recognize the entry.
I don't know. Make sure our defaults are good still. Yeah, they look good.
See, it's doing something at the bottom. It's trying to do something and then it's coming up.
Yeah. I think it's looking for an existing line table that doesn't exist yet. Let's see what we get. So if we put in a line table, we're going to select a line or by points or by line or polyline. So if we select the boundary, line number 1, starting point for the table. So let's come out here and put our table here just for yucks to start with. And We'll adjust all of these here in a minute. Now this one,
That's a long one. It's not that little,
okay,
which we
Will.
probably don't want to include.
we'll take him back out. This one up here, maybe. Where did that one go?
Oh, that's not that wasn't an individual.
That's not, oh, okay. All right, so it didn't draw in there anyway, so that's okay. All right, anything else we need?
Well, I did put a, oh, that's all 8, okay. How about up there on the, how about between the T-post and the rebar?
So not one there.
You'd have to do that one by going with points.
Same here.
Yeah,
That one we could almost label, but I think, and we will label this one. And then we'll take out number 8. All right, now. Can we edit the table? Delete table elements, select a table row. So 8 went away and it renumbered. Perfect. Okay. Now we're going to find all of these calls. And let's change their, oh no. That's also getting those up there. These big labels. Instead of line table, let's put on
boundary.
yeah, there it is. All right, so now the L8s, etc. And we'll leave that okay there. And let's now change their height to 0.065. Oops. 0.08. And where did they wind up going? Oh, I know why. And paper text height. 0.65 now. L5 will move. We'll set its rotation. Oop, did we miss one here?
Well, that's all one line. We have to go from point to point there to add that.
Yeah, but we missed it. That's what I'm getting at. Pull that down a little bit.
Can you go back and add it?
I think so. Now I need to add a leader. To figure out how. It to be a certain minimum distance to get the arrowhead to show up. That's what I was trying to do here. Let's see, let's just bring that out. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be 8. Then that should be 9, 10, and 11. All right, so now back to our line curve table. We go from there to there. All right, so now if we can reorder these here in a minute, I want to. That's annotative at 0.065. So this will be annotative. And that should be L8. So L8 should be L11. L11 should be L8. And then 9, 10, and 11. All right, so on our order table, select the table to order. Where are there two? You do not select an entity-based table. All right, let me see if I called this. Yeah, see, it's just text. So, order the table. If I do this, enter it, select an entity table to modify, an entity table to modify. I want L, just try that. I edit table values, select a table, select an entity table. I guess because I didn't make it into a table, it's not, I made it as text. So what we can do is simply this. Let me go over here for a minute. I want L11 to be L8, and I want L8 to be 9 and 10 and 11. So if I make this L8 and this L9, and then this L10, and then this L11, and then if I move this guy just down one there, move these guys down one, and then move this to here, and that should do it. While we're here, can I change? Can't. We'll leave it like that. All right, so then this one we're going to change to L8. And it's still annotated, that's good. So L8. Then up here will be L9. L10. L11. Okay, now. Let's L5, L6, L8. Here's a good as they should be. Let's see if we can't just pull this guy here. L9. All right. And we're going to move this, say, let's see, let's okay. It's a joiner. Well, give me something.
It's in paper space. Isn't it?
No, that one's not, but these
Um,
are.
And there's another one down but under the T fence post. And there's another one down at the bottom.
Let's see. Instead of that, let's do this. Okay, so they're now in papers or in model space. Now these lines here are what?
They're right of way. I've got to go back and label that. That's an existing 50-foot right of way. Access easement.
Okay,
And I've got to create a highway down at the bottom and label it.
all right, now let's double check our 1, 2, 3, and 4. 84, 15, 42. Those don't measure the same. See what you got there?
Yeah.
So when you put these bearings and distances on, did you annotate the drawing or did you copy this from a deed?
No, I annotated the drawing, but instead of picking the lines, I think I picked the points.
Okay,
Let's do a quick inverse. Are we in model space?
yep.
Okay. Well, it looks like my original annotation was wrong. Question is why?
Yeah. Did you go from point numbers? Because if you look at, see this point number is 212, 213. So if we inverse 212 to 213, 84, 10, 52. Okay, so your lines aren't actually in. See those corners? They're not hitting the center of the points. And should they be?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to turn on our point object snapping. And I'm going to grab this line and I'm going to snap it to this point. If I can get to it, I can't find it. Let's make sure we get to the insert of that symbol. And same thing here to the insert. And same thing here to the insert. And same thing here to the insert. Now, our table should have updated Of course, it didn't. If we inverse now from the start to the finish, we get 84, 20, 49. Wow. All right, this point is 212. This point is 213. I move that to now 212 to 213 is 84, 10, 52. If I go from the end point to the end point, I think it's because this guy maybe, let's see, we'll put him to the corners. Now, if we inverse from the end point to the end point, 84, 10, 52. Okay, so let's make sure our fence corners are also where they're supposed to be. Now, we inverse from here to here, 84, 10, 52, 70, distance 250, 200.58 as opposed to 200.60. Two 12 to 213 is 200.8. All right, L2 should be 547.40. Two 14.17 instead of 15. E336.07. That one's completely off there too, but 201.49. Oh, 603.16 is correct. 212.43 as opposed to 45. All right, so these points 212, 213 is this 214 and 215. All right, so inverse 213 to 214 reads 05, 47, 42, 14, 17 instead of 15. And then to 215, 83, 41, 10 is correct. 201.55 is correct, point number to point number. And then back to 212 is 06, 03, 16, 212, 43 instead of 45. All right, and if I go from say there to there, 83, 36. So something's off on these lines. All right. So 2, 12, 13, 14, 15. I inverse 212 to 213. 84, 10, 52. 200.58 instead of 60. 214. 547, 40, but 214, 17. Okay, so now 215. 83, 41, 10, 201, 55. That one's okay with what you had. And then finally back to 212. 603, 16, but 212, 43 instead of 45. Now we inverse endpoint to endpoint. Like 47, okay, so that's good. Why does that miss? Why is that different? Inverse from that endpoint to that endpoint, 83, 36, 07 to 0149. But if I inverse 214 to 215, I get exactly what you've got. If I double click that, that is 215. If I double click that, it is 214. So those points are good. For some reason, something is off. That's why right there, you've got this line. This goes to the insert here. And it's got 1, 2, 3. Oh, look at all those points. There's a whole bunch of extra points in here.
Well, there are some points there that I shot, but what I held for the corners were the 200 numbers.
Okay, so let's put the fence corners all, oops. Why? All right, that's good. That's good. So this needs to go to the insert of this. This needs to go to the insert of this. So then why, when I come out here to the end, that endpoint is where that's supposed to be. So if I go here to that endpoint, see how it misses it?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. All right, that's a point. That's a point. This line. I wonder if choosing excuse me, I wonder if choosing that insert, I wonder if a couple of times I may have picked the actual wipeout instead of the point. So now if I go, no, because see, that's wanting to find the endpoint of this line. Oh, no, it says perpendicular. All right, so let's change these for a second. Let's turn the perpendicular off. All right, so now that could be, yep, that's exactly what's going on. All right, so now this is, I should have 4 vertices. I've got, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1. So if I remove a vertex point, now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1. So if I remove one more, now 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 1. Good. All right. Now let's go to the center. Go to the center. Go to the center. Now we'll take these to the center. To the center. To the center. To the center. So the endpoint. So those look good. Select similar, draw order front. Now let's turn off line weights for just a minute. Okay, now. Inverse. 212. To 213, 84, 10, 52, 200.58. That's what we were getting before, to 214. 547, 40 to 17. That's right. So 215. 341, 10, 55. That's correct. And then finally back to 212. 6316, 212. Okay, so that difference from what you had is reading correctly there. Now, if I inverse point to point by going endpoint to endpoint, that's correct.
What makes that 200s difference?
Not quite sure yet on that one. All right, that one reads correct. Then that one, which was misreading, is reading correct. And then finally the closure. Okay, so now we match, this matches the same as point number to point number. Okay,
Right.
the geometry matches that. These, when you labeled those, did you pick points?
I entered points, point numbers.
All right.
What does that do to our line table? Is it back to where it should be?
No. Wait a minute, yeah. No. It's not updating, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I thought you made it annotated.
Well, it's not the fact that it was annotative, it was when you set the where's my line table? This table defaults. See what this automatic table update being on, that should have taken care of it. But what seemed to happen was because I did not use this table entity. It won't let me update the table. All right, so if I do that, and let's select all of these. Make sure I don't have anything else. Let's see, we're gonna save these. So I'm going to take those and these and delete them. Now, pick a point or point number for the first point on line. So line, I pick that. One. Starting point or point number of the line table. Okay, so now 8410. All right, and so now we still have that 200s difference, but all right, so now if we go boundary 2, boundary 3, boundary 4, and then we did five, six. Did we do this one?
I don't think we did, but I'm not sure. I think the next one that we missed the first time was that little section there.
Yeah, but that was supposed to be an 8. So we did a 7.
Then it must have been that one.
Now, did we do it corner to corner? We didn't take into account this departure.
No,
departure.
right.
Okay. So there, 7.
And next one, that has to be the points because that whole line, that is the line between.
Okay. So we go to points and we go from here. Oh,
Click on the right of way, it'll go to the end point.
actually, instead of there, let's go center to center. Eight. And then up here, will it pick that one up or no?
Yeah. Should.
Oh, shoot. We're still in points mode. And then from all right, now. Yeah, see, that's what I was looking for earlier. And because I didn't make it a table, this is now a table. So
What was it before?
just a series of individual blocks. Now, a couple of things I'd like to do is to line these up. If we edit, let me see here, I'm doing the general table. All right, so line, I want those to be center. Bearings are good there. Distance, I want to be right. All right, line table, title, title scale, 0.1, distance, width, title, header scale, 0.0, seven five. Oops, yeah, standard. Header scale will make standard as well. Header alignment, let's see, that should fix. All right, so instead of title scale 0.1, we're going to make that 0.8, 0.08, header scale 0.065. No, that's all 0.08, 0.08, title scale. Point one. Standard, header alignment, center. That's better. Okay, now we can pull this in a little bit. Now you may need to I don't know how much room you need for your road down there, but anyway. All right, so we've got that, and it's leading, we've got to set all of these. With the exception of these, we can leave alone. All right, so instead of making them annotative at 300 scale, .08. Yeah, so 0.065, 300. So 19.5, 19 and a half, 19.5. And we'll set this guy to east. And we'll move him up here. Okay, so now there's 5, here's 6 is going to be out here. 7. Let's leave 7 above so it doesn't confuse as to that departing line. Bring L1 down. Here on the inside. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. 10. 11. All right. Now, resolving these, again, I need to know how you did that previously when you annotated that figure. Did you use point numbers?
Yeah,
And yet by point number, it doesn't match.
yeah, you know, your point numbers do match, I think. The differences are, the distances are off by a couple of hundreds.
Right.
I can't explain that.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. The
But
bar-
I found that to be the case on all of my drawings.
Well, that shouldn't be. Now, see, that did not update the line table. Are your settings? Ah, right there's why your line table didn't update. You need to link your labels with the line work. Let's turn all those on.
Now, will those settings be on for just this drawing or for?
No,
Every-
they'll stick, but the problem now though is that with this this boundary line, this polyline that I drew and I did the table,
Yeah,
that was done with the linking off. So if I were to want to link these, I'd have to recreate the table.
okay, well, it's probably not worth doing.
Yeah, I would just have to go back and do it all, do these parts over again to link it. But now there's that. Now, why they missed by this couple hundredths, I couldn't tell you. Did you tweak?
I found that to be true on a lot of drawings. And it's bothered me. I mean, I'll annotate the bearings and distances. And then I'll go back and inverse between the points, and frequently there's a couple hundreds difference.
Well, what I would think in a case like that is that when you were drawing the polylines between the points, did you draw point number to point number?
Yes,
So something has tweaked it somewhere. Just like, remember we had this trouble going around the corners here because it was snapping to perpendicular.
yeah,
So we got all that squared away now with those point numbers. Now the question is, did points 212 through 215 get tweaked a little bit? Did they get moved?
well, they compare favorably with the well, the bearings are different than the plat of record, but the distances are the same.
Yeah, and if you were to rotate into this bearing basis, they would match probably the plat.
Yeah,
But why are we a couple hundreds out? I don't know. We don't have we're using coordinate history, so two 12. See, it's been adjusted. 212 and 213 have been adjusted.
yeah.
214.
Well, I rotated from the plat to what I measured in the field.
All right, and 214 was not adjusted, so you may have done that after you did your rotation. And 215. Let's see what 212 did. 212, there was a translate, rotate, translate. There's draw, locate was the first thing it did. Then you did a translate, and it looks like you see the amount it was moved.
Yeah,
0.102 in the X and 0.288 in the Y. And that was done on August 11th. So that was moved that little bit. Now, was that wasn't your deed, your raw deed up? That should have been like thousands of points, thousands of feet or something.
oh no, it wouldn't have been thousands. I pretty much have figured out a way to start close to the grid, so I don't have to do a rotation thousands of feet away.
Right, okay. So there's that little bit of translation there. Then there's a rotation. And now here's another translation of 5 feet and 3.5 feet. See here in this info column,
Yeah,
So 212 was moved by that amount. This 102, 288, that looks like, you know, if you were to square those, well, we can't tell the distance till we compare with another point. But so that was just barely moved, but up here it was pretty significantly moved. That could have been the, I don't know when the alignment was done. Now let's look at 13. 13 was those same distances there, the same rotation. 103.10 rotations I'm okay with. That distance, those distances look okay for 213 to match 212. 5022, 3423, 102, 288, so and 10310. So that all is good. They match. 214 now had 102, 288, 502, 343, 10310. That matches. And 215. 102, yeah, see, these all match. So whatever was done to those 212, 13, 14, 15, they were all done. But why does this one say not adjusted? We got these right in here. 200 to 213 and then 15. Say yes, adjusted. But 214 says no. I don't know, Mike. Something somewhere wasn't hitting exactly on an endpoint or on the center point of the point itself. But if this came from the annotation of the points, show me how you did that. I'll let you drive. You're in model space. And I don't know if you did it here, if you did it on the model tab, either one's fine. But go ahead and annotate that little block for me, the way you had it done the first your time.
oops, that was a mistake.
All right.
Uh,
Just go ahead and enter to end and get rid of that one. And it looks to me like you're going to wind up with the same issue here. So 215 to 212. All right, and enter to finish. All right, now that matches. Oh, it went away. But see how these are not the same?
yeah, Well, are the bearings off
Well,
or just the distance?
no, just the distances. So if I am for 212 to 213, see?
Did you just inverse come up with that?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
now.
so
214,
why does it do that?
215 to
That's gotta
212.
be a flaw in the software, doesn't it?
You would think. All right, let's see. And it says horizontal distance. That's what we want. All right, so let's take. Right there. See that? The decimals right there. You're telling it when you choose this 0.05,
Yeah,
is rounded to the nearest 500ths.
I don't think I ever told it that.
You may not have. It may have been set. So if we leave it at 0.00, it's not going to round it. It's
Okay.
going to go to the nearest hundredth, whatever it is.
Which is what I want it to do.
Right. And so now let's change this to let's call it NO. Boundary. Let's see these. No rounding on those. NO. Boundary.
Let me do that annotation again and see if it changes.
Yeah, and so now when you annotate, what you did, bearing over distance,
Yeah,
and you went 212, 213. Yep, see there it is, 214, 215, 212. Yep. Exactly
okay.
right.
That explains it.
Well, that's a shame because now you know, how do you go back and fix the ones that have already been submitted?
Well, the ones that have been submitted and recorded, I can't. Fortunately, they all close reasonably well. But that I've always wondered why they didn't close almost perfectly, and none of them have.
Wow.
I guess I should have asked you sooner. Why not?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I sort of stumbled across that myself because I would not have expected that. In fact, let me do something here a second. I'm going to minimize this. And is this your old version? That's
Yes.
2021. Do you have a previous one than that even?
I do, but I don't have a shortcut for it anymore.
That's okay. Let's see. There's 2020.
I think 2020 is probably the earliest, earliest one I had.
Come on. All I want you to do is load. I'm not gonna do anything to that drawing other than just open it so it gets me to my menus. Yeah, see, that's set to 0, 0 instead of 0, 5.
That
Some-
must be, it must have been in the, when I brought that in, it must have been like that.
Yeah, I
'Cause
wonder.
I've never gone in and changed any of that. Never occurred to me.
Yeah, it wouldn't have to me either. Well, I hope I didn't.
Didn't what?
I was hoping I didn't close the wrong drawing. There it is. There's that one. Now,
So I probably need to go through and check all of the variance and distances on that drawing.
yep. Yeah, I'd say you definitely do. And now this, your normal defaults, that's 0.08 was standard. Okay. And we put it on boundary. Let's find all of those and put them on anode boundary. All right, what the heck is this?
I don't know, just appeared.
Ah, annotative text and stuff. So we need to turn off, let's see here. And we need to it wasn't 15. What was it? It was 0.065, I think. Don't have any idea what caused that to happen.
Let me try something just for laughs here.
Let me save that for a second. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I'm in paper space.
Yeah, see that rounded it up to the nearest 500s.
Yeah. But, yeah, probably did that to,
Yeah, I'd say to all of them. That one happened to work.
yeah. Oh, that must be to, that one. Yeah. Yeah, that's 200s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to go through and fix all of those.
Okay. Now, while you're, well, let's see, let's save these, and now, well, I don't need to. Are we running two? No, we're still running 2020. I need to close that. (2020). There we go. Now, I'll let you do that. I'm gonna check something on my end. I'm gonna load up. I'm gonna load up my version of 2022 and see if it has changed the default. Because I've never really checked it. I've never done any, real work.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and work on, redo these. Now, if I annotate again between these 2 points, what, right over top of this, or will it replace it?
Well, since we changed layers, I don't know. It should replace it, but I'm not sure.
I'll try, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, you can give it a try right now if you want, and you can see, and if it doesn't, just erase the other ones.
No, it replaced it. But I don't know if it replaced it with something different or not.
Or you say it did?
Yeah, that did.
Yeah, it just replaces what was there. Okay, so it's good.
Yeah.
All right. Now, once my Windows loads, I'll load mine up. It'll take a minute or two for that to settle down. That's a really dangerous thing to have on there because it's not in any other place.
Yeah, it is.
And I'll guarantee you it is just because somebody called up Carlson and said, I want to round up to the nearest 500s. Or I want to round up to the nearest half foot or whatever. So they put those in there. Which is stupid. Because if you, well, I mean, it's not stupid. There could be a need to do it, but you know,
Okay, let me ask you this. These normally come up at, yeah, the 20, height is 24. I guess that's normal.
well, that 24 is 0.08. It's, if you look at your annotation defaults, that's where you're setting that.
Okay,
And it's on the distance tab. Like if you're trying, like, what are you trying to do? Set it off a little bit?
I'm trying to move it to the other side of the line.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, now just, move it to where there you go. You can have it flip if you, so it goes the exact same spot and the same distance off on your annotate menu.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me show you here. We undo. Oh. Yeah, so if you do this, you can say flip labels. You can this or mirror and flip or flip. So if you,
When you say flip, it turns it, in other words, it turns northeast into a southwest.
no, that's this one here, switching the bearing or
Okay,
quadrant. But if you flip, that's going to change whether it reads left to right or right to left, I think.
okay,
So if you flip this, it puts it over there, but then, well, let's see, that did also, it's north to east. Yeah, so it kept it north to east. But if we mirror, then that should go on the other side. Mirror all related or picked. Let's see, picked only. That changes the direction. So mirror changes the direction. Flip will go on the other side of the line. So what you would need to do in that case is mirror and flip. So it keeps it that same,
okay,
because when it flips, it will reverse the direction and mirror will reverse the direction back again. So so if you wanted to do mirror and flip here, and then you could do this one, see how it keeps
yeah,
it that same. It doesn't change the bearing quadrant. It doesn't change the direction that you're going.
right.
Okay. Anyway, that's just something.
Okay, my dogs were barking and I heard a car door slam. Let me go see what that's about.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
no problem. All right, so here's what I just discovered on loading up my 2022. The annotate defaults was set to 0.05, but I loaded up a drawing that I had done some annotation in before, which did not have the round off applied. And this time it did. So that's an indication that whatever their last update was to the software, it came in with that preset. It should not have been. So I will let Carlson know about that, but I mean, that's a real problem.
Yeah,
Because, I had never changed mine either. And I was in a drawing that I had previously done my annotation in, and they were all to like 0.17 or, odd numbers. Whereas if I go back and change those now, then you know, it will change their value on my drawing.
Right.
So that's a bad thing. Man,
And that's not good.
that is not.
They could have caused and might have caused a lot of trouble for someone with
Yeah, there
that.
can be some lawsuits over that.
Well, now I think I have every line dimensioned.
All right, yeah, double check the one that says 90. Or did you do that one again already?
I don't remember. I'll do it again now. I think maybe I did, but I'm not positive. Nope.
Yeah. I would look at anyone that's rounded to that nearest 500ths. And it looked like everything else was clear. The 70 you checked, it was correct, I think, but
Oh,
yeah, double check that one and the one on the east as well.
this one?
Yeah. I think you might have done that one because you went to move it, but
That's really disturbing. I wonder if anybody else has discovered that.
I don't know.
Wonder if Carlson is already aware of it. Oh, yeah, I did that. That's when we practiced flipping.
Right.
Now, how did you do that? You went to annotate,
Flip labels. Flip.
flip? Oh, okay, flip labels.
And I mirror and flip selected labels. Okay. And when you're through selecting, hit enter. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna send them an error report and I'll copy you on that. So if they send anything back as a reply all, you'll see what they tell us.
Okay,
All right, now back in the merger plat on the, and we've got our line weights are back on. Okay, good.
well, now I just gotta go through, do routine stuff, and go through and change all of these joiners to what they really are.
Yep.
And label the street down here.
All right. Oh, and the merger table.
Yeah,
Or acreage
Yeah.
table, whatever that is.
and I gotta put a leader in here and put this acreage in. I got a lot of work to do, but got a lot of work done today.
Now this, yeah, it looks like, you
That
know,
was from another job.
all right, but you remember how to do all that part when you get to it?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. All righty. Well, give that a whack. Make sure that this, is this note correct? What the RTN observation and all that 83?
yeah.
That's from your DOT, okay. And let's see, anything else that you might want to look at? I would. I'm gonna show you something really picky. Um, I just made that a lowercase c. All right, and those look all good. Yeah, double check your dates and your scale matches your scale, which matches the scale down here. Ah, look right here, that annotation scale. Yeah, that's why those line styles were messed up. Because your annotation scale was 100 and the actual scale showing was 300. So that took care of that, I think. Still got that, and those are select similar, but we're going to unselect that. Okay. And let's see here, we are still at, see, that should be 1. And then let's do let's take that a little ways off like this.
And how did you create that break again?
I just typed the word break. It's a break command. It's also on edit, break,
Okay,
and it's just select object, give a second point, or select an object, give it 2 points.
okay,
It's also on this modify toolbar over here, and it looks like this right here.
okay,
See where they've got a gap showing in it.
yeah.
So that'll take care of that. And you can do that to any drawn entity.
Well, I noticed the adjoiner lines are different now. Is changing that annotation scale what did that?
Well, no, I actually, I put those back over into model space.
Oh, okay.
Then I changed their line type scale to 0.2 because I noticed they were using that line type, but we weren't ever seeing it. Now, I don't know if you want to or not. If you want them to be continuous, then we need to,
No, I kind of like it like that, I
okay.
think, unless the planning commission makes me change them to solid.
Yeah, because
Sometimes
they are departures and they're grayed out. So I would think, like this one, if you wanted this one to show up a little bit. We had to extend it long enough for the pattern to show up like this one down here does. Looks like they all do. That one does, that one does. Okay, and you got a nice little line table. And it's there, and in the future, when we do it, now that we're linked, those will update. And we've got, looks like I wanted this one to be, let's see, let's back into here. I had wanted I had wanted these guys. To be a different style. But when I set these back, it reset those for whatever reason. Not sure I like that. Let's see. And 0.08, the header's 0.08. Yeah, see, it's resetting the style back to standard. It doesn't let me change it there, but all right, that's no problem. All right, so if I say, okay, yeah, it puts them back to stand, that's okay, that'll work.
Yeah, I like standard.
I just didn't want to make it so, I was trying to match these, which, we're trying to keep those downplayed a little bit because it's getting so muddy,
Right.
but I think that'll work. All right, let's give that
Okay.
give that a save. I'll let you work on those and your tables and your road label, verify your notes. Your location map is good, and we got a nice, good, even, exact scale on that. I feel good about that.
Yeah.
And, oh, your grids.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, so don't forget those parts. And you got a little building up here. Do you need to label that or indicate
Yeah,
it?
I'll label it. It's a house.
Yeah, just
Existing
put it,
house.
I would put it there. I wouldn't bother with that in the legend. I would just label that one.
Right.
And okay. I think you're in good shape. Again, I will send up that error message to them, and I'll give them screenshots and everything,
Okay.
show them where it is, and so they can issue a correction to people. And I'll copy you on all that. Whether they reply all, I don't know. If I get anything, I'll send it your way.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. You take care now. I'll send
Thank
you
you.
links a little bit later.
Okay, bye.
See you.